Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Hello, V baby. Oh. Mode. Why is it not? There we go.
Okay, I was muted. My apologies. I'm having a whole conversation by myself, but wouldn't be the first time.
I didn't know that. I kept trying to let Tiffany in, and every time I clicked, it didn't do anything. I was trying to figure that out.
I thought all my stuff was on. Oh, that's what I can find that.
On video.
Where's the pillow?
How are you, Tiffany?
I'm great, thank you. You look extra glowy today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Hmm. Maybe it's all this white around me.
I don't know. It's glowy though. Oh. And we'll mute.
Admit. We're just looking for Catherine now. Hi, Parissa. Hi, Kristen.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm just looking real quick for spotlight mode.
I may have to close my
Vanessa, do
curtains.
you remember how we did that for the leading lady activation when you were assisting me with that? Spotlighting.
Spotlight mode?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna
No. I'm not
it.
even remembering what that is at this point.
Well, I don't think I'll be able to do it today then. I just noticed in the recordings, like I want to be able to see you all, but in the recordings, it'll record whatever view I have. So if it's on speaker view, I'll just see me or whoever's speaking. If it's on gallery view, then you see everyone. And so when I'm doing teachings that I'll be repurposing, I want to be able to just have it be me, but also be able to see you all. And I think if I put it in Spotlight, I can do that, but I don't see an option for doing that.
That might be a function in
The other
the
settings,
properties when you're setting up the video itself
yeah.
or the meeting itself. So we can dip into that a little bit.
Thanks.
Ooh.
All right. Well, let's get going. I know Catherine. Um, she's never able to be here on time because of her work, and so she's always going to be a few minutes late. And so I want to
Understood.
wait to start the first pieces until she's here. As far as I know, she's still planning on be here. So yeah, before we get going, how so Kristen, you weren't here last time, and Catherine. Okay. Were you able to watch the recording? Just out of
I have
curiosity.
not watched the recording yet.
All right. All right. That's fine.
And it was Catherine was there last week. Actually, it was me on Thursday that didn't,
You
and
weren't
I did
there.
watch. Yeah, and I did watch the recording.
You did.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. I
I
just want to
did.
know where we're all at, if I need to like recap some things at all. Um, and so any questions about any of the content at this point? Anything that's been circling in your mind around any of the interconnection practices, any of the teachings, any questions around those things?
I think for me, the part that I've maybe struggled with a little bit the most is navigating toward true north. You
Mm,
know, not just the supposed to, but what is and what I am and what the direction I'm, is real for me. I feel like that may be a challenge for me right now.
yeah.
Um, but I feel like we've also gone through that a few times. So I'm not sure what component I'm missing.
What about it is confusing or makes you unsure?
I think just teasing out my sense of responsibility and liability and the shoulds and the what um, is expected or what, those types of things versus what I'm actually opting into, what I'm really choosing versus the other thing that's not doesn't feel so choice driven.
Mm,
That's more um, responsibility, I guess.
got it. Got it. So, what I think I'm hearing you say is that there's a part of you that says, well, this is my responsibility. And then there's part of you that wants something else.
Yeah, it's a matter of releasing the this is my job, this is my role, this is what's expected, this is how things function, this is what I do, and deciding which of those things don't necessarily work to my greatest good
Mm-hmm,
is not bringing me the happiness and the purpose that I want.
mm-hmm,
And what does that purpose and happiness look like? Because that's sort of a foreign concept. Um, Having been raised and then also constructing a life around the shoulds, supposed tos, and job role, etc.
well, why don't we are you open to exploring that a little bit more, because that's a good way intro to some things I wanted to cover today. Are you willing to
So
do that?
convenient.
Yeah.
Yes.
um
Yes.
I wanted for us to, drop in and check in, and add to our body scan, but we can do that in a little bit because I want to make sure Catherine's getting that, because like she's missing these things at the beginning that would help her, understand all of this more. And so, and I understand that it's hard to go back and like listen to the recordings. It's easier to show up live than to go back and listen to this something, because it's just not engaging. And and um it's easy to put things off when there's not a set time. All right, so I'm going to write some things down as we do this. All right.
Okay.
Let's do this one. So as a little intro to this, we've been talking about how our beliefs or our stories, you can go back a step further. Our stories affect our beliefs affect our thoughts affect our emotions. Our emotions then affect our actions, what we do, how we show up in the world. All of this affects our personality and identity. And then what we get from there with all of those is our results. So our results in our life are a reflection of all of these things going backwards, all the way back to our stories and beliefs. Our stories you could also call limiting decisions that we make about ourselves or about the world. And one of the things I noticed in this group that is strong in this group is mistaking thoughts for emotions. And so this is what emotional literacy is about. Emotional IQ is understanding what is a thought, what is an emotion, and then being able to feel our emotions in our body. And then that next step is being able to express our emotions, feeling safe to express our emotions, the things that we talk about in our relationship class. 2 of you have taken that. And so that's the expressing part. I can express, I can communicate, and I can do it in a way that I know that I'm in integrity. Right. And so I want to I'm going to be, as I'm listening to you, Vanessa, I'm going to be listening for thoughts. Feelings. And then the actions, right? So actions, behavior, do. What do I think? What do I feel? What do I do? All right. So do you remember where you left off?
Where I left it from what we were just saying?
Yeah.
Not knowing how to, the worst memory. Okay. So not knowing how to identify what another option would be beyond what my my supposed to, my duties, my roles, my, expectations and whatnot, versus what is truly in my best interest, what would spark me, what would make me feel more alive and engaged.
Yeah. So when you
and why that would be okay.
So when you think about these are my responsibilities, what is my best interest, all of that. When you think about that side, that part, what are the negative thoughts and emotions that come up?
It feels like work. It feels like there's just a weight and a rut, sort of an entrapment.
When you feel that weight, so weight and entrapment, they're kind of tricky because that's more of a metaphor. So technically that's a feeling, but it's not a feeling. And
okay.
But it's a metaphor, and metaphors are extremely powerful. I'm going to give you guys a new emotions list, emotions wheel. So I put that in the chat. So you can look at that if you want to, Vanessa. This emotions wheel is from a company that I trained with. And so that should have actual emotions on it. rather than a lot of emotions wheels have limiting decisions and thoughts.
Okay.
All right. So when you feel trapped and weighed down, that metaphor that you came up with, how do you feel?
The first one that hits for me is suffering.
Suffering?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bordering into sort of disgust. I'm just scanning the wheel at this point. That first ring.
Can you all see this? Am I writing big enough? Yeah.
I can see it.
Okay. All right. All right. So suffering, disgust. All right. So what else do you feel when you think about this part of you that's like, these are the things I should do, these are my responsibilities, this is how I'm supposed to show up? What are more of your negative thoughts and emotions?
Um, very frustrated and I like this wheel. Depressed. Frustrated, aggravated, feeling, I guess, okay, helpless is a good one, I think. I'm having a hard time. There's got to be something to connect with just the feeling of being trapped and stuck and bound, contained, like that.
All right, so let me ask you this. When you feel stuck, trapped, bound, contained, what do you notice in your body?
Just very frustrated, limited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that frustrated, limited feeling in your body, where do you notice it? What does it look like? What does it feel like?
It's very much, I can't, I'm going to get out of this wheel so I can see you. Sorry. Frustration, limited. It's very much in my chest.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of my trunk, my whole torso, and it just feels very heavy.
It's a heavy feeling in your trunk, torso.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is there a color?
Seeing kind of yellow and orange.
Yellow and orange. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sort of a darker orange.
So as you're tuning in to that heavy feeling there, what else is coming up? What thoughts, emotions are coming up?
Oh God. Three people just walked through the door. We're going to travel somewhere else because it's going to get very loud in here in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
All right. So while she's doing that, is this making sense to you all so far? Are there any questions or comments about this? And Catherine, hi.
Yeah, we have adjourned to the laundry room. My daughter has friends in from out of town this week.
So what we're doing
Hi,
here.
Lorraine.
Hi. Just to give you a little insight as to what we're doing here is we're pointing out thoughts, feelings, and then we're going to get to the actions as well, how that causes us to behave. And this is going to lead into an exercise that we're going to do in a bit. So if you could pay attention to what's going on here, it'll help you understand what we're doing next. All right.
Okay. I'll pay attention. I'm listening, but I'm not going to be on camera for a couple minutes.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So sorry about that. Did
Sure.
not know when they were going to come home. I was afraid that was going to happen. Okay, so I'm in my chest, feeling weight. It's orange. Where were we at that point?
What else is coming up for you? What negative thoughts, emotions, learnings, anything else that's coming up as you're tuning in?
There's a strong feeling of can't.
Can't.
Like I can't do this. I can't do anything different. I can't consider that, or it's, not only do I feel can't within me, I feel it externally. Like I'm having can't projected to me.
Mm-hmm. So it feels like it's coming outward to you, telling you you can't.
Yes. So it's kind of both. It's a
internal and external. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right. So when you think that you don't know and you feel when you think I don't know, what do you feel? It could be something on this list or it could be something else. I'm going to connect the thoughts to the feelings.
When I'm feeling I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know what to do. How do you feel?
It it kind of I feel like it's kind of a smokescreen. It's almost like the excuse.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. I can't do it because it's not beneficial to consider the things. It's not
Beneficial to who?
considering to me in a way because the can't is so strong that I can talk about doing it as much as I want, but the reality in my head at the time is that it's not going to be fruitful. So, um, it's why ponder something that's I can't, you know. So it's easier to not know and to not dig into it.
All right. So when you think it's not going to be fruitful, how do you feel?
That despair, again, that trapment, like, okay, well, it's not going to happen. Stuck. This is the reality. This is the box, the cage.
All right. So when you feel not fruitful, or when you think it's not going to be fruitful, you feel despair. And then what do? When you feel despair because you think it's not fruitful, what do you do?
Shut down.
Shut down.
Just disconnect.
So it makes perfect sense that you'd shut down if you're feeling despair and thinking it's not going to be fruitful. Right? I think it's natural if you're thinking essentially why bother, that you just shut down and do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else relate to this? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it makes sense, right?
What does that say?
So not fruitful. She has the thought, this isn't going to be fruitful. It's not going to work out anyway. I can't is associated with that, but we'll go to that next. And so then she feels despair, and then that causes her to shut down.
I totally feel that.
Mm-hmm.
Vanessa, trust me. I feel that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I had some of that come up this weekend myself. Right. So when you think, I can't do that, I can't do it anyway. That's not available to me. What do you feel? And
It's sad because I know it's a smokescreen. I know that's not real. I've had things before. So it's not as though I don't feel it. Don't know that I can do and have again. I just don't know where it came from the first time, if that makes sense. Like, it didn't seem as hard the first time. Like, where did that go? I don't know if it was because it was a different situation, different relationship, different circumstances in my life or what, but I don't know where the mojo came from. Where did it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm starting all over again, which isn't new to me, but this time it's just a lot harder.
over harder. Okay. So can't do, you feel sad. And then what does that cause you to do when you feel sad because you think you can't do it? Because you don't know where any of that came from before, how you were able to be that person that did those things.
I can sometimes ruminate on, putting myself through that mental cycle of, if you just do it, if you would just do the thing, if you would just sit down and write the classes, if you would just sit down and call the friend and make the t-shirt, if you would just take the dog for a walk and get the exercise in, if you would just, get a sleep schedule so you're not sleeping for 12 hours following by 4.
When you
if
think,
only.
So when you think, if I could just do it, how do you feel?
I feel unintelligent for one. And, I know that there's the whole ADHD diagnosis, which is fine, except life still has to happen. I can't not because I have ADHD. But I also feel like
when you feel unintelligent, when you think you're unintelligent, how do you feel? And Catherine, I put a feelings wheel in the chat, an updated feelings wheel. So you can look at that if you want to follow along and kind of like you all can do this. You can put yourself in Vanessa's shoes, and she's processing this stuff, but she's processing it for you. Because you all said that you could resonate. You're like, oh yeah, I get that. And so she's processing it, but you can follow along. You can feel this stuff in your own body. You can come up with your own words, because just like we get secondhand trauma from the news and hearing all the stuff in the world, we can get secondhand healing as well. And so that's what makes one of the things that makes group work so great. All right. So when you think you're unintelligent, how do you feel?
Inferior. Yeah, like Catherine was saying in the last class about comparing and judging. I can easily go into compare and judgment mode. I have a lot of really kick-ass people under my roof, and I'm not one of them.
Yeah.
That's
so
a feeling.
I want to pull you back from the storytelling that keeps going on.
Right.
That's okay. Mm-hmm. But for this, we want to just stick with it, because we don't actually need the story. So right. Do you guys see how many of these thoughts are coming up when I'm asking for feelings?
Mm-hmm.
And we all do this, right? I do it too, because like when someone asks me my feelings, sometimes I just have to sort through what's coming up first. Well, this thought is coming in, right? And I'm feeling this in my body. And so for me, I like to acknowledge what's coming up first, and I'll eventually get to the feeling. It is really important to differentiate, like, this is a limiting decision somewhere along the way, probably in your childhood. You decided I'm inferior, I'm unintelligent. The thought is, if I just do it, we could go further with that and find a limiting decision. Hard is a thought. I'm starting over is a thought. It could be a limiting decision. Not fruitful, thought and limiting decision. Can't do it, limiting decision. You all don't need to be able to differentiate between these two. I just want to point them out to see how we're making these decisions about ourselves, and they stick until we change them, until we challenge them. And just doing it consciously, like all the mindset work that's out there, say affirmations, visualize. It's not going to work until we do the deeper work. And so that's why Vanessa can say, yeah, I consciously know that I consciously know that I've done it before, yet there's something else like deeper inside that's holding me back, that's keeping me feeling like stuck and trapped. So let's go up to work. This is going to be a lot of work. When you think this is going to be a lot of work, how do you feel?
Completely unmotivated. Like, that's almost instant shutdown on its own. It's like, God, that's, I find all the ways that it's going to, logistically, how am I going to have time getting to the computer where Nat's not sleeping, or I'm not busy, or I can possibly fit that in, or,
Okay.
Yet scrolling, I have plenty of
time. How do you feel? So when you think this is going to be a lot of work, how do you feel? You gave me some feelings right here. How do you feel?
Overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed.
Is overwhelmed an emotion or a feeling? I feel like it is.
We'll go with that for now.
Okay.
I have these same thoughts and feelings, Vanessa, so you're definitely not alone. So it's nice to hear you say this stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Overwhelmed and I don't know and confusion are all in a special category that I'll talk about on Thursday. But we'll go with that for now. All right. Okay. Let me ask you this. When you feel overwhelmed, how do you feel?
Depressed, anxious.
Yeah.
And Tiffany, Kristen, do you guys feel this, or is it just us?
All the time. All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I feel it. I feel the overwhelmed a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's natural. Mm-hmm. We live in a world that's not meant to support good mental health and support our nervous systems. And so that's why we need work like this. We've got to take extra care of ourselves in order to not be having these things all the time, right? Because it's going to come up. Mm-hmm. And so now you're learning the skills and tools on what to do with that. So depressed, all of these are variations of each other. You've got that feeling wheel, and you've got those main emotions in the middle. And depressed is a form of sadness. Like it's a stronger form of sadness. So when you think this is going to be a lot of work and you get depressed, what does that cause you to do then?
That is when the overwhelm and shutdown happens. I just sort of back away from the situation, like, "Ooh, this feels yucky. We don't want yucky.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go back to YouTube."
You too.
Exactly. Yeah. Or watch TV because scrolling or watching TV or things like that, it's like you don't think about all those negative things.
Yep.
Don't you feel like that, Vanessa?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So you shut
Yeah.
down and you doom scroll. Yep. So let's go down to when you think I'm starting over from scratch, how do you feel?
Um, there's a part of it that is exciting, and there's a lot of optimism to it, because that was kind of the point of moving 30 hours away from home. The other part of it is the feeling of lack of control of my destiny. So starting over, am I really starting over in a way that's going to meet an end I'm want to be part of? You know, because of these feelings of inadequacy and not being able to and whatnot, all the can'ts and stuff. Just moving on here to this glorious, amazing place and ending up still not fulfilled. What's the point in that?
All right. So when you feel, when you think you have no control, how do you feel?
When I feel like I don't have control, I feel wasted. And I'm trying to figure out a concise way to put that. Um, Again, I've lived several different lives. I've accumulated a lot of things over the course of those several different lives. And the it's just the feeling of not being able, the I'm in a box, and those other lives and all those talents and experiences just being wasted. You know, I'm not able to bring myself to the table. All the things that I've cultivated over time are kind of useless right now. My resume, I can't get a job to save my life. I might be able to get a job at a grocery store. I'm sorry, I'm preaching. I'm sorry, I'm doing it. But yeah, it's just wasted.
We all do it. Right. So when you have this thought of I'm wasted, I'm being wasted, all my gifts, talents, everything's being wasted, then how do you feel?
Older than my years. I'm kind of feeling like how people feel like whenever they're old and discarded, you know, you're not needed anymore.
When you think I'm old, discarded.
Can you guys hear me? I feel like everything's stopped.
Yeah.
Huh?
When you think you're old, discarded, and not needed anymore, how do you feel?
I mean, again, just on the useless spectrum, like oh, something popped in that faded me.
When you think you're useless, old, and discarded, and not needed, how do you feel?
Discarded.
When you think you're useless, old, discarded,
just
not needed, how do you feel?
Unnecessary.
And when you think you're unnecessary, how do you feel?
The connection is really crappy right now. It's being real choppy.
Hmm.
It just kind of lends back to the question of what is my purpose? What do I do now? You know, if not these other things, then what do I do? What's going to work?
Mhm. And when you have those thoughts, how do you feel?
Confused and anxious and
Hmm.
I don't know, just questioning everything. Like, what have I worked for? What have I done all these things for? Was it worth it? If what I've learned isn't accessible to me anymore, then what was the point in it?
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Is anyone else's screen frozen or is it just me?
Your screen doesn't look frozen to us.
No?
Maybe we're just really still.
Maureen hasn't moved in like 2 minutes on my screen.
Am I
It's
moving?
thundering here. Is it thundering by you?
Is it
Maybe it has
moving
something to do
now?
with storms.
Yeah, I should have good connection. Okay, so thank you for sharing all of that, Vanessa. Um, so for the rest of you that have been watching and listening, did you notice how at the end we got a lot of really rich stuff about this is the thought process that's going on underneath the surface? And did you also notice that we didn't get a feeling? We lost Tiffany.
What do you mean we didn't get a feeling?
Did you notice that Vanessa, I kept asking her, how do you feel when you feel that you're not needed? When and she'd say, useless. When you think you're not useless, how do you feel? That I'm unnecessary. When you think you're unnecessary, how do you feel? Is that
Aren't those feelings though?
no? Those are thoughts.
No, it's a state of being.
Yeah.
It's a mindset. So
Hmm.
you're right.
Those are thoughts and limiting decisions that you've made about yourself. They're limiting conclusions that you've made.
Hmm.
I'm
So if I were to feel into those and use actual emotions and not.
So how do you then change those if you don't believe, like if you tell yourself, okay, I'm going to think positive thoughts about myself. I've been given a gift. I've got every day I wake up as a gift. I'm going to have positive thoughts and make positive um choices and decisions and actions in my life. But deep down you don't believe it. So, you know what I mean?
That's a really good question. And at the heart of it is the work that we're doing here. That the first step is awareness, right? Noticing, oh look, I have these thoughts. I have these feelings. And then it's let me process this. And so I've been giving you step by step little process techniques through the interconnection pieces that we've been doing. Let me feel into, what does this feel like in my body? Let me let this come up so I can feel it, so it can move out. But as long as it's cycling in our head, it's just going to stay bouncing around in there. We got to drop
Mhm.
down and feel it.
That's how it feels. Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
like you mask it for a while right?
Hmm.
And then those feelings come back because it's truthfully how you feel inside. It's like, why would anybody like me if I don't like myself?
Exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
And if
My
you
partner
have,
and I,
What, Vanessa?
so my partner and I have been having issues communicating lately, and I was able to kind of find on my end where things were disconnecting, but she was absolutely able to say something to me and say, when we're having this discussion, you feel triggered. I'm not being mean to you. I'm not telling you you're bad. Like, okay, I can remember that. If I'm feeling it come up, I can remember that. But you also remember that the thing that's triggering her. And so we can just remember, oh, this they don't, she doesn't mean to be doing this. This isn't real. This is my stuff. So we start asking questions, which is easy to do with her. Slowing down and having a conversation with myself on those same pretenses could be difficult, but I guess doable.
yeah.
Telling myself, okay, are you really useless? Um, those kinds of things. And
Yeah, because if deep down
yeah.
these are the things that you believe, you can, you know,
Mm-hmm.
do affirmation practices, gratitude practices, and it'll get you so far, and then you'll snap back. Because
Yeah.
inside there's something that says you're not worthy of that. If you don't, so Catherine, I don't
Yeah.
like myself. When you have that thought, I don't like myself, what are the negative thoughts and emotions that come up?
Um, like myself. I don't know. Vanessa said a lot of good words, descriptive words of that.
But apparently weren't feeling, so maybe you can do better than I did.
So that's the I don't know up here. The I don't know wants to keep you stuck.
Yeah.
All right. So that feeling of I don't know, I'm confused. What comes up for you if you just sit in that feeling of not knowing and being
I mean, I just feel like when I say don't like myself, I don't like, I'm not, I don't feel smart. Um, I don't feel organized. I mean, these are things that I've already said, I don't feel organized. And then I don't know how to get there. I don't know where to start. Um, I feel like I'm not good enough. I'm not sexy enough, right? Like boobs. I don't have
Mhm.
much as far as boobs, and everybody's got boob jobs or they just naturally are blessed with boobs. And so then that bothers me.
Mhm.
Mm.
Um, you know, I don't know.
So those things came up when you felt into the I don't know,
Mm.
Yeah,
right? And
right.
when you think um I'm not organized, how do you feel?
Um, Lazy. Is that not a feeling, lazy? Oh, um, I feel is like a loser a feeling?
Oh,
Isn't this a fun game?
Lorraine, I have a question, and I'm sorry to interrupt, or
Yeah.
it's more of an observation.
Yeah.
We're either so disconnected from our feelings or we're running away from them that we can't even name them. And we keep covering them up with more and more negative thoughts about ourselves. It's like
Mhm.
layers of wrapping paper on these things that I'm not picking on either of you, Vanessa or Catherine. I do it too. I have a very hard time naming my feelings, and it's just so clear to me and that piece in this exercise. But I just want you guys to know you're not alone, and it's astounding to me to watch this play out. How challenging it is to name our feelings, and I have to believe that maybe it's because we're afraid to actually feel them.
What about lost? Is that a feeling? Ah,
No. And what's sobering is that I was talking to my partner and I'm like, you just tell me what you're feeling. What are you feeling words? Tell me your feelings. Don't tell me about the thing when obviously I'm doing the exact same thing. And so, yeah.
Perception, our lenses, our
Mhm.
filters, our projection. Perception is projection. So we'll see it out there because out there is a mirror for us to see ourselves.
wow.
So that we can see ourselves and go, oh, I thought it was about that person, or I thought it was because of my job or my finances or my family or this or that. And behind all of that is a presupposition, or a presupposition is a convenient truth that if we believe it can make our lives better. Doesn't mean that it's correct. But if we believe this presupposition, it can make our lives better. If we believe that everything is happening for us, it can make our lives better. Einstein said, you either believe that you live in a hostile world or you believe that you live in a supportive world. And that makes a huge difference in how you view yourself.
Okay.
Right? So if you believe that the world is against you, that people are against you, which is easy to believe if growing up you were bullied, or if your parents gave you a message you weren't enough, or if commercials on TV gave you the message you weren't enough. I've done enough of this work that I'm like, oh, I remember being one way one day and another way almost entirely the next day. Going through puberty, and all of a sudden men objectifying me the way my dad treated me because of it. Like I was inviting it in. All of a sudden expectations and standards of having to wear makeup and do my hair when I went to church when I didn't have to do that before, and to dress up and wear heels, and the teen magazines and all of the articles in there about how to attract a man, all these fake ways to be. Oh my gosh, you're so funny. Tell me more. That went against my authenticity. That reinforced this idea that I had to have that shampoo in order to be enough. I had to have that makeup. I had to be attractive in order to be enough. I had to be valuable to a man in order to feel good about myself.
Yeah.
Whereas before then, I never had those thoughts. And so these messages are everywhere. And it is working against us in the 3D sense of the word. And also, we have choice. When we're able to see how we're being programmed, we don't have to allow ourselves to be programmed. I didn't shave for like 5 or 6 years. And before that, I shaved a handful of times a year. I mean, it's easier for me because I have fine blonde hair than if someone had like thick dark hair. But that was my way of rebelling and saying, I'm not going to live by these external standards. I'm not going to shave. I'm not going to wear makeup. I'm not going to like dress in a certain way, like lots of things that I've done over the years. And then I realized that even those things were to fulfill, it was away from motivation, right? It was rebellious away from motivation. And so one day I was at this this meeting, this I don't know, like where you meet other like professionals and stuff like that. And this gal, she was like a tantra person, something like that. And she had these shaved, smooth, shiny legs. She had like a hugging dress, and she had all of like the feminine, things. And I found myself not comparing, but being like, whoa, like I like that. And I shaved my legs, you know? And so now I mean, not always, I'm not going to say that I'm completely enlightened, but it's doing things because I want to. That's true choice, not because I think I need to in order to be approved of, to fit in society, to not get shunned, to not have people look at me weird. If I had like I dress differently at a retreat with professional people than I do at like a festival. I will dress more professionally. And it's not because I'm conforming to a system per se, but it's like that's what is appropriate. Right. And I choose to be more appropriate versus maybe at a festival, I'd be showing more skin, I'd be showing like I'd be especially if it's hot. But I'm not doing that. I'm doing it because I want to, right? So, Catherine, when you feel lost, when you think you're lost, when you have that thought, I'm lost, how do you feel?
Unmotivated.
I'm not sure about that one. I'll go ahead and put it here.
Yay. Got one.
Anyone see that on the feeling wheel? Do you see that on the feeling wheel, Vanessa?
Hang on.
I don't even see where that feeling wheel is.
I put it in the chat.
It's
Tiffany's
in the
back.
chat.
The storm made Tiffany go off, and she's back now.
What was the word?
Unmotivated.
Unmotivated.
Oh.
I don't see it on here.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'll look into that. But let's go with that for now. So, Catherine, when you think you're lost and you feel you're unmotivated, what does that then make you do?
shut down.
Mm-hmm. And when you shut down, what do you do?
I keep to myself.
So you hermit.
I am. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And when you hermit, how do you feel?
Um, I feel kind of depressed, but it's like I don't care that I'm depressed almost because
Mhm.
I don't know, I guess because I don't know what to do about it. Um, I don't know, it's easier not to think about it.
So depressed. Depressed.
Oh, deep rest.
When you're depressed, you need deep rest.
Hmm.
The things that you're doing when you're shutting down and hermiting,
Yeah.
and zoning out so that you don't care, is
Yeah.
that deep rest?
Um, I think it's just like lazy,
Is it
right?
is that deep rest though? Yes or no?
Oh, zoning out. Well, I mean, is deep rest, are you talking like sleeping?
The things that you do when you hermit
Yeah.
and you the other things that you said that you did when you hermit. What do you do when you're hermiting?
I just keep to myself.
Keep to yourself. Are you getting deep rest?
No,
Mm. So, what would deep rest look like if you were to give that to yourself?
I don't know. You give me an example.
Well, let's how about sitting with the I don't know feeling again and see what comes up. Being with that I don't know feeling.
I mean, deep rest, I just think deep rest is sleeping, um,
Mm-hmm.
maybe in prayer. Some people would do well, I wouldn't do it, so I guess it doesn't matter. Um, I don't know. That's pretty much like deep rest. Deep rest reading. I
Mm.
think reading is. Is that good enough?
No, let's get some more. What are other ways that you can get deep rest?
Can other people chime in?
Let's stick with you for now. So tune into that I don't know feeling. I don't know. I don't know if I have the answers. Tune into that. Be with the
Well, I mean, deep rest, I guess you could say, people say that exercise clears the mind. So that could be a form of deep rest when I exercise.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll turn the light on so you guys can see me if you want to see me. You want to see me?
Yeah.
Um, what is that some people do that starts with an M? I can't think of it. You
Meditate.
like meditate. I don't meditate, but I know that that's a way that
So
I like to just sit on a nice day on my deck and drink coffee in the morning on the weekend.
mm.
That to me is deep rest or a cup of tea.
So Catherine,
Yeah.
I want to celebrate you right now.
Oh, really?
Because look at everything you came up with here. Look
Hmm.
at everything that you came up with when you thought you didn't know. Like, this is huge. You came with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things when you originally couldn't come up with one. How did you do that?
Used my brain, I guess. You had me on the spot. I had to come up with something. But that's honestly what I would do, except for the motivation, or not the motivation, meditation.
So these are all things you would do. So what's different now than 2 minutes ago when you couldn't think of anything?
I just thought deeper.
You thought deeper. Wow. What's it like for you to think deeper?
It's a good feeling, actually, to know that I can dig deeper inside to find the answers that I'm looking for.
Where do you feel that good feeling in your body?
I feel it in my mind. I feel it in my heart or chest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. What does it feel like there in your chest?
I mean, it feels heavy but relieved.
Mm-hmm. Heavy but relieved. Yeah. Heavy but relieved. And when you tune in to that feeling, that sensation in your chest, and you tune into that, what are the positive feelings and thoughts that come up? Take your time. Take your time. When you tune into your chest.
Positive thought is if I can come up with the answers just by focusing and thinking deeper, why can't I do that? I mean, I can do that with these other things that are thoughts in my mind that I want changed, right?
I can. I can do that. And when you think, I can do that, how do you feel?
It's inspiring.
Mm-hmm.
you know?
We'll go with that. How else does it feel? When you're inspired, how do you feel?
More energetic.
Ooh. And when you're energized, how do you feel?
Confident. Um,
And when you think you're confident, how do you feel?
I mean, did I say inspired?
Mm-hmm. That's fine. So, okay, so when you think you can and you think you're confident and you feel inspired and energized, how does that change your behavior?
It motivates me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what do you do differently? What's possible for you now that you know that you can, and you have that confidence because you know that you can, and you feel motivated and energized and inspired? What'll be different now?
Um, I don't know. The confidence.
Yeah. So when you know that you're confident and you know that you can do it, and you feel motivated, inspired, and energetic, what will be different? What will you do differently? How will your
I'll
actions,
take action.
yeah, how will your actions and behaviors be different? Let's take it back to organized. What will be different with your organization when you know you can do it and you're confident, motivated, inspired?
You do it? I don't know. I don't know, Lorraine.
So sit, go ahead, be with that. Be with that. I don't know again. Take your time.
I think Kristen knows.
I'm sure she does. It's so much easier to see other people, right? Just like you could see see it for Vanessa so well, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So so stay with that. I don't know. There's no rush. Take your time. Stay in that feeling or that energy of I don't know.
I feel like I'm wasting everybody's time here. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I need help.
Mm-hmm. Who here feels, honestly feels that your time is being wasted right now?
No.
Catherine, what you're doing, oh, there you are. You moved. What you're doing is you're being the conduit for healing for the rest of us. we're all knowing ourselves better by you sharing what you're sharing. Just like when Vanessa shared, you were like, oh my gosh, that's me. That resonates so much. I get it.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear, I see some heads nodding. I'd love to get, if any of you have some feedback for Catherine, not advice, just like feedback about what it's like to be with Catherine as she's sorting through all of this and making sense of it and getting it.
It's an honor, it's really lovely to watch and be witness to. So I'm finding it very helpful, but also just feeling more and more connected to you. And it very much resonates. So thank you for being so brave and vulnerable.
Anyone else want to share? It's fine if you don't.
I don't know is my go-to a lot. And so being able to sit here in this vulnerable space with you, I get to see a mirror. And so thank you for doing that.
I want to share. I'm off video because the connection would be awful if I was on it where I am right now with my parents. But Catherine, I've been you with Lorraine before, where she guides me and she has to kind of repeat things. And I feel this pressure. I feel like I'm heating up a little bit because I'm a little embarrassed or I'm a little bit um, frazzled. But eventually, when I do get there, through her patient guiding or guidance, I should say, that's when I feel this immediate sense of clarity and calm washing over me. So for me, it's been really worth it sticking um, sticking to the through the unknown, working within the unknown, and pulling what I know we all know, which is our inner truth. Um, I've had worked with Lorraine almost in the exact same way. So you're not alone. Uh, you will get there, and don't think that this is a waste of time. I'll speak for myself, for me, because everybody deserves their time. And you guys have been there as Lorraine has helped me process things that are personal to me. And I know you weren't sitting there thinking this is such a waste of time.
And I'll kind of ditto Marissa. I mean, even in the beginning of my share, I said, I don't know, but that's a smokescreen. That I don't know is sort of a deflection to not have to know or get into it because the getting into it is hard. One thing that I've learned over, and this might border into advice, and I don't, but you had said before in other classes that you're kind of visual, and I'm the same way. I will just kind of start, if I see something immediately or I hear a word or I see a word, I'll just start putting those words out. I'll just start spitting that stuff out. It might sound like word salad in the beginning, but I know that I know. And oftentimes those things that just flash immediately are the things I need to be looking at. So it's kind of trusting yourself that you do know, because we all know. But when things have gotten hard, we've doubted a lot. And I mean, I'm proud of you for getting to some positive shit because I wasn't. And yeah, as you were talking about, what would deep rest look like? My God, what would that look like? And I was able to kind of visualize a few things. So You are definitely valuable. You're creating valuable space here. So I want you to know that you're appreciated for that.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Catherine, what's it like for you to hear all that?
And I'm glad that I can be here and help other people as well. And it's encouraging knowing I'm not alone. No, you know, maybe it's normal to have these thoughts.
Go on.
And I also like you writing stuff down. That's helpful to like see you write it down. You know, visualize, not just hear, but visualize. What did you just write down?
You said, I'm not alone. You also said, I blanked on it. Anyone else remember?
Normal.
Normal. So when you think I'm not alone, how do you feel, Catherine?
Normal.
And when you think I'm normal, how do you feel?
More positive about myself. Confidence is stronger.
I'm gonna put that here for now. So what are your positive, what are more positive thoughts and emotions when you think I'm normal? Maybe I'm normal and I'm not really alone in all of this.
It makes me think it's okay to have these thoughts. Is that right or is it wrong?
Yeah. You tell me. You just told me it's okay. And when you think it's okay to have these thoughts, how do you feel?
Think it's okay to have these thoughts. So it's normal, but I also feel like it's not healthy to have those thoughts.
That's a big sign right there. We got more nods. That's okay. Because that's normal.
I have such a big word for you, Catherine, but I don't think I can share it. And I'm just like killing me. But
Would you like to hear it, Kath?
Yes.
Go ahead,
okay.
Vanessa.
So earlier, Lorraine had pointed out you were using a lot of words like um, not acceptable or unaccepted or things like that. But to be normal means that you can be
What does that mean you can be if you're normal?
accept that if you're normal and the antithesis of that is to be unaccepted.
I think she's asking,
But
does it make you feel more acceptable?
Yes.
Yeah, because
yay!
that came up last week.
Yeah.
And when you
Maybe that's why I'm remembering that from the class before.
when you think you're acceptable, how do you feel?
Um,
You think you're acceptable, normal, that it's okay, that you're not alone. How do you feel?
more confident in who I am as a person.
And when you're confident, how do you feel?
Loved.
Loved. So you feel love. And so when you know you're acceptable, that it's okay, you're normal, you're not alone, and you feel loved, how does that then affect your actions? How do you move differently through the world?
Well, I keep going back to confidence. It makes me have more confidence moving through the world
Yeah. And when you
rather
have
than being down on
and
myself.
when you have more confidence and you know that you're loved and you have love, what will be different? Before you shut down, you'd zone out, you'd hermit. What will be different?
Um, More outgoing.
Yeah. You said that with a question. Does that feel true to you? Does that feel true to you?
Um, as long as I put myself out there, yes.
Mm. And when you feel confident, love, that you're acceptable, normal, okay, are you going to put yourself out there more?
You would think I would.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Do you think so?
I know I should.
All right. So we could go should, out there. Right? So that's
Yeah.
another not. So we could keep going, right? And say, okay, what's this? And we can keep unraveling this. But how do you feel about the place that you got to where you said right here, I feel acceptable?
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that? That you did it. You got here.
Yeah.
You got to this place of moving through all of these other things to here, to realizing, oh, I'm not alone. I'm
Mm-hmm.
actually normal. It's okay
Mm-hmm.
that I think and feel these things at times. Like that's totally acceptable. I'm acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel love.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
It feels good. More positive.
Do you see that feeling wheel?
I can go to it.
So pull that up. I like to give you that, but I don't want to have you go to that right away because it can kind of hijack things. I want you to sit in it. So as you look at that feeling wheel now,
Yeah.
what's coming up for you? What resonates?
Mm.
Knowing that you did it. And you can do it, and you can continue to do it. And you're acceptable. And you feel love.
Joy.
There we go.
Yep.
What else?
overcome, happy. Proud. Is that good?
Yeah. So you were able to find all of those feelings. And you were able to come to all of these positive decisions about yourself, empowering decisions about yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's huge, Catherine. You can do it.
Mm.
You can do it. Yeah. Cool. So before we take a
Can I
break,
ask?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead.
And maybe this is a better after break question, but all of us resonated with this, right? We're all in the same place. And what Catherine just processed, I think all of us were able to process as well. I think the hesitation part of it, that, I mean, I'm thrilled for Catherine. I'm like, yeah, girl, go. And then whenever I mirror it back to myself, I'm like, okay, well, how do we put that into practice? How do we remember to, like with Nat and I, okay, I'm feeling this trigger, but I know it's untrue because you've told me it's untrue. So I need to look at this in a different way. Are we going to get into how to practice that in a way that will help us get to the joy and not stick into the I don't knows?
Yeah. And
Does that
a
make
lot of
sense?
it, a lot of it you've already learned, but we're going to keep reinforcing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So before we go on break, how are you all feeling about all of this? Everything that you've seen and learned and felt today? What's coming up for you around that?
I feel really good. Um, I feel back in my body. I feel more aligned and balanced within my body. Because I am seeing the connection between thoughts, feelings, and actions. It's really powerful when the spotlight is on someone else because it's easier to connect dots because there's no pressure as an outsider. And yet, yeah.
Yeah, the spotlight isn't on you when you're watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you get to see it and learn. Like you got to learn from Catherine and Vanessa. Yeah. Great. Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at like 17 after. 17 after. And then I'm going to send you into breakout rooms so you can do this with each other. Sound fun? All right. I'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Great.
All righty. Hello, hello, hello.
Hola.
Hola. Oh, did we lose Tiffany again? She said it's storming by her place. Tiffany, go bye-bye.
Hmm.
All right, Catherine, Parissa, you there?
I'm here.
Okay. So I put something in the chat here. You can utilize this, but you don't have to. This is the different areas of life, depending like you can find all kinds of people that'll say there's four areas of life or 5 areas of life. Sometimes I'll use just 4, but you can look at this for reference if you'd like, looking at an area of life where if you were to rate, out of a scale of 1 to 10, which area would be the lowest. Or maybe something came up for you in our conversation already, and you're already aware of something that is a problem that you'd like to improve, that you'd like to get coaching around, and you're going to coach each other. And so, yeah. Does everyone have something? So, I'm just going to write this down. We're not going to go into it. Oh, I didn't mean to write your whole name anyway, but so what is yours, Kristen? Just like short?
I am struggling with self-expression.
Self-expression. Okay. All right. Vanessa, you have yours? No, not yet.
Money.
Money. All right. Catherine, Parissa?
I think everything stems back to family for me.
All right, Kat? You're muted, Catherine.
I don't know. I guess confidence.
Confidence? All right. Great. So, let me give you another document. All right. So if you open up that document there, those are examples of questions to ask. So how you're going to start off is you're going to be in a room with someone, and you're going to then decide who's going to share first, and one of you is going to share, and you're just going to briefly talk about the problem. You're not going to get into a whole big story about it. You're going to talk about the problem. And then when you're the one that's holding space, what I want you to do when you have a good sense of what's going on, then you're going to mirror back. So you can see on the document, I put mirror back what you heard. So for Kristen, I could say, so you're struggling with self-expression, easily mirroring back. And then the next question I could ask, what I have up here at the top, these are all the thoughts, emotions, behaviors. In some way, this is all to get to the thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. So the first one, that one's outright. Negative thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. When you say, how does this impact you? How does this affect you? What does this represent to you? These are all questions that you can ask that are designed to help you get more information about those negative thoughts and behaviors. And in particular, those can help you get feeling words. And as you can see, getting those feeling words are usually the most challenging for everyone. And what I want you to be able to get is a negative thought and or limiting decision, emotion or emotions, and then the behaviors. What is this? Because of this thought and emotion, what do? Do they zone out? Do they shut down? Do they hide? Do they blow up? Do they focus on other people? Do they people please? What are those actions that come out of it? And so you can write them down so you know, like, oh, this is a thought, this is emotion. Just make them small. Don't spend your whole time writing if you're going to write, because you want to be engaging with your partner rather than staring down at your paper. So those top ones are all to get the thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. And then you can see it says, how do you feel when, let me put ... How do you feel when you have that thought? How do you feel when you think you can't do it? How do you feel when you hermit? And so you want to get all three: thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. When you have that thought, how do you feel? When you feel that, how do you behave? Or what do you do? And then you can ask other questions as well. So you could ask, where do you feel that in your body? Describe the feeling. And that'll help someone associate. So dissociates mean when you're dissociated, you're not able to feel. You're not able to feel your emotions. You're not able to feel into your body. And so asking someone, where do you feel that in your body? And then you could ask more questions. Does it have a color? How big is it? Is there a size? That'll help someone associate more to the feeling, to feel it, because we have to be able to feel these things in order to release them and let them move out. So that's important. And then there's a couple other questions. What's important about that? And how is that a problem? So you might start with one of those two questions. What's important about that? How is that a problem? Or you might start with, what are your negative thoughts and emotions around that? So for instance, how those 2 questions at the bottom before we get to the last one. So if Kristen says, yeah, I have a problem. My problem is that I'm not, is with self-expression. I might say, what's important about that? She might say, well, because like everyone should be expressing. Well, how is it a problem that you're not? Well, because if I'm not expressing, I guess I'm just doing nothing. What are your negative thoughts and emotions when you think that? Well, and you can go from there. And then you can ask any other questions, any other what or how questions. There could be other questions as well, but what or how are the best questions. Do not ask why questions. And so you're coaching each other down, because right now, all of these things that you said, this is your presenting problem. This is what you think your problem is, but it's not your problem. You think it's your problem, it's not your problem. And so you want to be asking these questions to coach each other down to find the deeper issue, what's really going on under the surface. So Parissa put in our group chat yesterday about feeling the anger coming up. Well, almost always underneath that anger are deeper emotions, more painful emotions. So what anger does is it actually raises our vibration, because we can handle anger, but feeling hopeless, helpless, depressed, despair, apathy, why bother? That's a lot heavier. And so anger actually raises our vibration. And so we want to just explore it, see what's in there. All right. Is this clear? Any questions around this?
Are we supposed to be looking at areas of life? Or are we supposed to click on that Word document?
So the areas of life I gave you, just to give you an idea about what you might want to focus on if you didn't have anything, but you don't have to use it. You've already got yours. So exploring confidence. So I'm going to put you in a room. How am I doing this? I'm trying to do this. So I'm putting you, Catherine, in a room with Vanessa.
Okay.
And then Kristen and Parissa, you'll be together. And so Vanessa will be asking you questions, and then you're going to switch and you're going to ask her questions. But she's going to ask you questions around like, so why is it a problem that you don't have confidence, Catherine? What's important to you about having confidence? How do you feel? How does that hold you back? Right? That's another way to get actions. How does that hold you back? What does that keep you from? What are you afraid of if you don't overcome this? Like, what are you afraid of when you think about not having confidence? So she's just going to ask a whole lot of questions, and what you ultimately want to get is a limiting thought or limiting decision, limiting belief. So the thought, the feeling, and then the behavior, how it holds you back. Okay. All good? So you're going to get 7 minutes each. I'll let you know when to switch, and then you can switch. So I'll write it in the chat and I'll also broadcast it. I'm pretty sure I can broadcast it so you'll hear me say it's time to switch. If you ever have any questions, there's also a button where you can ask me a question. All right. I'm going to send you into the rooms now, 7 minutes each. I'll let you know when to switch. Once you get in the room, just quickly decide who's going to go first, and then you can begin. All right. go ahead and switch partners now. So wherever you're at, you can just like clear the screen, come back to yourself, your energy, and then switch up the roles and switch partners. Same partners, switch roles. It's 45. I'll take some shares. What's that? You've got 1 minute left before coming back. Mhm. Mm.
I was just saying, Kristen, it was great to connect with you.
How was that?
You too, Carissa. Thank you.
How was that?
I don't know
Catherine,
if we did it right, but we did stuff.
Hey,
Yeah.
Vanessa.
stuff went down.
What?
I said stuff went down.
Yeah.
I couldn't see the document while we were in the breakout rooms, so we just kind of went rogue a little bit and went from memory as much as possible.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Kristen, Parissa, how was that for you?
For me, it was really good. I don't want to speak for Parissa, but she was very generous with me, and so I really appreciate that. And um, yeah, so it was good. She's a natural.
Yeah, I
Hopefully
was.
you did it right, Vanessa.
What's that?
I said, hopefully you and I did it right.
Oh, we did what we did, so it's
Yeah.
Whatever you did was right. Yeah. Yeah. So do you feel any different now? Do you feel that whatever you were working on is in like the negative emotions are intensified? Does it feel like it's lessened? Like what's coming up for you just having like explored it a little bit more? Do you have more were you able to get from the presenting problem to like seeing like a deeper issue, anything like that? What came up?
I feel like I'm like a staring at a blank canvas now, which is good, and I get to paint a different picture for myself. And I am open to inspiration now. And I'm going forward, embracing new, embracing unfamiliar, actually. And let me know if that doesn't make sense. But that's because I want to come out of certain programming and to experience something that I don't, I want to give more of my time and energy to something that doesn't confirm what I think I already know. Does that make sense? Not about myself and
Not so
self-worth.
much, not so much. That's okay. That's okay. I don't need all of the specifics.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if there was like doing that, if there's been any shift emotionally, the energy inside, new awareness, anything like that.
Well, I'll just say that I don't know that there was a new awareness because I've been doing a fair amount of work around this one particular issue for a while now.
Yeah.
Um, but I will say that having a dialogue with someone else about it that it resonated with and that she could connect to, I just feel some relief, like a little lighter around it.
Mm.
So I think it's back to that, like I'm not alone, and this is, it's very easy. Someone like myself who when these things crop up, I tend to isolate or withdraw or disconnect. And it's very easy to sort of get in that frame of mind that like this is a issue that's exclusive to me. I'm the only one.
Mm.
And so it's lightened up. I feel lighter.
Yeah. Good. I love hearing that by being able to like connect and communicate, that it brought some relief and some lightness. And that is definitely a byproduct of connecting with each other and why we need each other. We can get this catharsis. Catharsis doesn't necessarily mean healing, but it like helps to like release, something temporarily. Catherine, Vanessa, are either you feeling lighter, or maybe has it intensified the negative thoughts, emotions, the problem? Just short answer. There's no right or wrong here.
Right. This didn't happen during the processing in the group, but I had asked Catherine a question of, is this true, or are you doing this to prove that it's true? And I feel like been doing exactly that. Doing things to prove that money is bad, that I'm bad with money, that it's difficult. I'm always broke, so it's kind of like that mirroring aspect that just came through.
Great. All right. So I want to take us through a little process. You're like, well, how do we get to the other side? Like, it's one thing to be able to like bring it up, but like, what do we do with it? And so this is one way, and we've been building upon this. If you look back to last week, we did a longer version of this. I think it was Tuesday. So for a longer version, you can go back and listen to Tuesday's recording at the end. So I just want to invite you all to tune inside. Your eyes can be open or closed. That's up to you. And notice what's here. Scan your body, notice what's here. And what is alive when you think of this issue? What is alive? Is there anything that pops up that feels like the tightness, the constriction? Or are you feeling open and free about it? That's fine too. If you're feeling open and free, that there's some resolution, just search, see if there's something else that's bothering you. Because I want you to feel into your body and the problem. Does everyone have something? Nod your head if you do. You got it? Okay. Do you, Parissa? I'm going to assume that you do, Parissa. You're good at this. We had a whole class of her doing this, so she got special treatment. And actually, no, go ahead, Parissa. Go ahead and unmute. You too, Vanessa. Let's just do that now. Yeah. I'll engage with you all more than we did last time. All right, so you can stay in that space. Okay. So feeling that. So notice what you feel in your body now when you think about this issue, this problem, this concern, something that bothers you when you think about it. and notice what you feel in your body. Also notice the thoughts, the stories you're telling yourself around this. And when you think those thoughts, what do you feel? What's the physical sensations in your body? And maybe you're able to find a feeling word. Tune in, see if a feeling word comes up. If it doesn't, that's okay. The sensation is the most important thing. See if there's a feeling word: frustration, anger, pissed off, sad, lonely. Despair, hopeless. Even neutral. Neutral is just kind of apathy. So noticing the thoughts, the emotions. And I'm just going to go around. You stay in the space. Don't come out of it. And I just want to hear from each of you what's coming up. Just keep it brief, drilling it down to the negative thought, the negative emotions, what you feel in your body. So I'll start with you, Kristen. You stay in that space. Stay in the space.
There.
Yep. What's coming up for you? What are you noticing?
The negative thought was that I have to do everything myself.
Yeah.
And I feel a lot of resentment and a lot of anger around that. And it's, a tightness in my chest and a tightness in my stomach.
Beautiful. So you've got that tightness in your chest and stomach, anger, resentment. I've got to do it all myself. Awesome. What about you, Parissa? What's coming up for you, Parissa?
He was not truthful.
And let's make this about you. What's coming up? Your thoughts about you.
Oh, could I say I was used or no?
Yeah. And so because he was not truthful and you were used, how do you feel about yourself?
Foolish.
There we go. Foolish. What else?
I feel embarrassed.
And where do you feel that foolishness, that embarrassment in your body?
It's hot in my chest area.
Hot in your chest.
It's constriction between my brows.
And because you're foolish and embarrassed, what do you take that to mean about yourself?
I am immature.
Immature. Yeah. And when you think I'm immature, how do you feel?
I am inadequate.
When you think you're inadequate, how do you feel? 'Cause, 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 I don't know if you're just cutting out, Parissa.
Sorry, can you hear me? The connection was really bad.
Oh. So do you feel when you think you're inadequate and you're immature, do you feel sad, anger, fear, or surprise? What flavor? Hmm?
Sad, angry,
Okay. Beautiful. When you feel that anger, where do you feel that in your body? So I'm not able to hear you. That's okay. So tune into that anger in your body. Hopefully you can hear me. All right. So Catherine, when you think about your problem,
I don't know if you can hear me now.
I can hear you now. So the anger, where do you feel the anger in your body, Parissa?
My scalp,
Scalp. Okay.
like the top of my head,
Got
heat
it.
radiating.
All right. Great. So stay with that. Stay with that. We're going to do something. We're going to be doing something with all this. Catherine, what do you notice when you think about the problem? What's coming up for you?
Confusion, uncertainty.
And what's the limiting decision, the negative thought?
Um, what's the negative thought? What do you mean?
What's the story you're telling yourself about you?
Um, well, I mean, I guess it's the confidence. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep. What's the negative story you're telling yourself? Pick just pick one. What's one limiting decision, limiting thought?
Um, not smart enough.
There we go. Not smart. Okay. And where do you feel that in your body? When you think I'm not smart, you feel confused.
And I feel that in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And, it feels heaviness in my chest,
Mm-hmm.
stomach from
Mm-hmm. And
thoughts in
when,
my head.
yeah. And so stay with that feeling of confused, I'm not smart. What do you feel when you think you're confused and not smart? Comes up in your body. What do you feel?
I'm not sure what I feel.
Is it fear, anger, sadness, or surprise, or a flavor of those?
Um, fear.
Fear. Okay, great. All right, Vanessa.
Okay. I had this figured out. The thought is that I'm irresponsible.
All right.
I created a huge problem.
So I'm irresponsible. What's the
And
feeling? What's the feeling?
the feeling is very lonely because I feel like I have to keep it to myself.
Mm-hmm. And how does that make you feel? Fear, anger, sadness, surprise, or a flavor of those?
Fear, anger, sadness, for sure.
All right, great. And where do you feel that in your body?
Deeply in my shoulders and my neck.
All right.
Very tight.
All right. All right. So, okay. So tap into that. Tap into the feeling in your body again. And tuning into your inner compass that says yes or no, ask, can I welcome this? Can I allow myself to feel this even more? Catherine, just close your eyes and feel it. You don't need to write anything. Just 2% more. Is everyone getting a yes? Raise your hand if you've got a yes. Do you have a yes, Catherine?
Just kind of neutral.
So that feeling in your chest that you had, that fear in your chest, feel that even more. Can you, if you were turning up a dial, see yourself turning up a dial and amplifying that. Are you feeling it more?
Yes.
There we go. That's right. So I want you to keep turning it up more and more, just a little bit more, and listening inside. Is it a yes? Is it a no? If it's a yes, you'll feel that amplify. If it's a no, say, that's cool. That's all right. That means you're at capacity. Honor that. And very often what happens when you honor that no, it might still go anyway. And you can honor that. Could I feel this even more? And I want you to keep asking that, turning up that dial, feeling it more until you reach a point where either you're like, no, that's it. I'm at capacity. Or maybe it starts to dissipate on its own. Maybe it starts to fade on its own. But keep feeling it. You might feel more contraction in your body, more stiffness, more tightness, more anger, more rage, more sadness, more despair. And wherever you're at, I want you to feel that energy that's in your body now. You've amplified it. Feel that energy, whether it's in your chest or your belly or your brow or your scalp, your shoulders. It might have shifted, it might have moved. Notice the sensation, the feeling, the energy inside, and then let all of your thoughts about it go. All your thoughts about what it is, what it isn't, all of your thoughts, just let them drift away and feel the sensation. And just notice what happens when you allow this energy to be here without having to fix it, without having to change it, without having to do anything, without having to make sense of it or figure it out. If your mind comes in to try to analyze or take you out, just let the thoughts go and feel what shift is happening now. You might find that your breath comes in. Let this energy move if it wants to move. Notice your breath. Let your breath carry this energy. And stay it with your inward sensation. And I just want to hear where you're at right now? Vanessa, where are you at? What happened with that energy?
Eased up a little bit. I'm still in a very fearful place.
Got it, but it's easing up.
Yeah.
Is if it's easing up for you too, raise your hand. Easing up. What about you, Catherine? Is it easing up?
I just keep going back and forth. I just keep going back and forth.
Back and forth between what?
Thoughts in my head.
Okay. When the thoughts come in, let them go. Feel into your chest. Okay. So if it's easing up, continue to let it do its thing. If it's not easing up, I want you to ask yourself, can I let go of this? Just a little bit, 2%. Can I let go of a little bit of this? And listen to your yes or no. What does your body do? Does it let go more? And that doesn't mean distracting yourself with some other thought. Can I let this go? Let go of the thoughts. And can I let go a little bit more? Can I bring more softness? More relaxation. There you go. That's right. Let yourself fully exhale. And let this go. Notice if there's anything that comes up that says, no, I can't let this go. I got to hold on to this. That might mean I'm letting them off the hook or myself off the hook. Any objection, notice it. And then say, thank you. Thank you. And can I let this go too? But I don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. Thank you. Can I let that go too? And as you're letting go of that thought that comes in. And if there's that deeper part of you, that compass that says, no, I can't let go of this. Thank you. Can I let that go too? And if it's still a no, say, okay, well, there's something else here for me. So, Kristen, what are you feeling now?
So what I noticed was it sort of felt like a pinball bouncing around all over. And
what does it feel like now? Let's stay in the process. What are you noticing now?
It's just losing energy.
It's losing energy. Okay.
It's tiring out.
Tiring out. Okay. Continue to let that happen. Continue to let that happen. What about you, Vanessa? Let that tire out, Kristen. Let it lose its energy.
The same. I'm kind of had a solution come that I hadn't
just let it go
before.
Just let it go. Just let it go. That's great.
Okay.
File the solution away. File the solution away. Say thank you and come back. Let it go. Let it go. That solution will keep you cut in your head. Say thank you for the solution. I'm going to file it away and come back. Let it go some more. What about you, Catherine?
I just tried not to think about it.
Okay. How's your chest now?
By allowing myself not to think about it, it loosened up.
Okay. Good. Because I said don't think about it. Good. Don't think. Yeah. And then Parissa, what about you?
I feel calm and I see the color like pink.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So tune into how you feel now. So Parissa, it's the calm. Catherine, feel into what you feel now. And this is your resource place. Kristen and Vanessa, if you're still in the process of letting go, stay there. Keep letting go, keep softening, keep letting go. Catherine, Parissa, Vanessa, and Krista, if you're there, find a resource place within you. The calm. So Catherine, since you let it go, how do you feel now? Love, joy, happy, enthusiastic, cheerful, content, eager, helpful,
Content.
passionate, content.
Content.
Okay, right. So let that contentment grow. Feel that contentment more. Where do you feel it in your body, Catherine?
Your chest.
Yep. So you can close your eyes so you can feel more. And let that feeling of contentment expand. Can I feel this more? Could I feel this even more? Listening to your inner yes or no. Could I allow myself to really feel more of this? And maybe contentment and calm moves up to courage or willingness or forgiveness or acceptance. Can I feel that even more? And breathe it in. Feel the energy expand inside of you. Allow your body to soften and relax so you can feel more of this and more of this. Maybe you're feeling acceptance. Maybe you're feeling joy. Maybe you're feeling love, peace, understanding. Feel your breath. Let your breath move deep. Anchor in this feeling. Really expand your full body. How much breath can you get in now? Nice big full breath. Let's breathe in big. And let that breath fall out. Another deep breath in. There you go. One more. And notice how you feel now. Notice how you feel now. And then real quick before we go, Kristen, how do you feel now?
Calm.
And when you think about the problem, how do you feel now?
I feel a little bit of relief.
Relief. Yeah. And Vanessa, when you think about the money problem now, how do you feel?
It still feels daunting, but it also feels, I feel more capable around it.
Capable. And when you think you're capable, how do you feel?
Empowered.
Empowered. I'll also add in there, I'm feeling courage. How does courage resonate? Courageous.
That would apply. Yeah.
All right. Catherine.
Still
How are you feeling about the confidence now?
contentment.
Content. Yeah. And when you think about the problem, how do you feel? What comes up when you think about the confidence now? Or what's your positive thought now?
To have positive thoughts.
Hmm?
To have positive thoughts.
Yeah. When you think about your ability to have confidence, what comes up?
Just to have positive thoughts about it rather than negative thoughts.
Yeah. Can you do that?
That's what I have to do.
Can
Yes.
you?
Yes.
So you can do it.
Yes.
All right. Carissa, when you think about the problem now, what comes up for you?
Put it to bed.
Put it to bed. And when you put it to bed, how do you feel about yourself?
Acceptance, peace.
There we go. Yeah. And Kristen, when you feel calm and relief, what's the positive thought or positive decision about yourself?
I don't know that this is really about myself, but it's safe to ask for help.
There, yeah. For help. Oh, there we go. Safe to ask for help. Yeah. All right. Good job, everyone. Really good. You can repeat this on your own. And if you can go back and listen to the previous recordings, if you have something else come up, you can listen to that. All right. Thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for staying late so we could get all this good stuff in.
Thank
right.
you, Lorraine, for hanging in there with us.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks,
Thank
Lorraine.
you.
You're welcome.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Night.
Bye.
Hey, Kat.
Hello.
You did good today.
Thank you.
Yeah, look at how far you came, all of the good learnings that you got.
Thanks.
Yeah, and how much you helped and inspired other people.
I'm glad.
Yeah. How are you feeling so far, being 3 weeks in, 3.5 weeks in?
I'm glad I can help other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you learning about yourself in this process?
I don't know. That I'm lazy and I'm not confident.
Mm,
And I don't think I could ever get there.
yeah. Would you like to have like a one-on-one session to work through this stuff?
No, because I don't think I can get there.
Oh, well, that's a big one. You don't think you can. Well,
I want to. I just have to tell my mind opposite stuff. of what my mind is telling me.
Well, I mean, has that worked in the past?
I don't know. It's easier just to think, I don't know. I don't know. Um, I mean, my two issues are, I mean, I don't feel smart enough because I can't remember things, you know, and um, you know, like Chris tells me stuff and I don't remember it, you know. So that's a big thing. And then you already know my issue with always feel like I can't enjoy being in the moment when we're out because I always feel like he's looking at other people,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, well, why does he need to be looking at other people if he loves me? He just enjoys people watching. Is that it? What is he thinking about when he's looking at these other people?
So of those two issues, which one is the most important to you?
They're
What?
both, and that's why I kept thinking about both in my head. I mean, when I was talking with Vanessa, I talked about the confidence thing with Chris, feel
So
like not being enough. And then I think to myself, even if I got a boob job, I would probably still feel the same way.
so which
Right?
one has been which one has been there longer?
I don't know. I mean, I guess not feeling smart enough probably has been there longest.
Mm-hmm. So how is that a problem that you don't think you're smart enough?
Because I was never um I've always had a hard time like memorizing things and remembering things. And so then I just cheated my way through school just to get through school, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, I cheated myself through life, through school. So that hurt me.
And how is it a problem that it cheated you through life?
How is it a problem that what?
It cheated you through life.
Because um if I would have figured it out on my own rather than cheating to get through school to be able to pass, then maybe I would have gone further with my education and felt smarter.
Mm. So what does figuring it out represent to you?
Figuring it out, I don't know. There's not really a way to figure it out. What's done is done.
All right. So I want to give you some direction. And every time you want to say I don't know, I want you to not say that.
Okay.
So what does figuring it out represent to you? That's it. Stay with it.
Figuring it out.
That's right. Figure it out. Figuring it out.
I mean, if I figured it out, then I wouldn't have these negative thoughts about myself anymore if I figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
So releases me of not being able to enjoy those aspects of my life.
Mm-hmm. So not figuring it out equals negative thoughts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So then what does figuring it out represent?
Enjoyment.
Mm. So if you figure it out, then you can enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can enjoy life.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. So define figuring it out.
Moving past the negative thoughts.
And what will you have when you have figured it out?
I'll have more joy. I'll have more peace inside.
Mm-hmm. And instead of negative thoughts, what will you have instead?
I'll have peace. I'll have contentment. I'll
Mm-hmm.
have happiness. I'll have joy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what's stopping you from having that peace, joy, contentment, happiness right now?
My negative thoughts are keeping me from having it. My negative thoughts. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. And where do those negative thoughts come from?
My head comes from my head.
Mm-hmm. And so what happens if you stop thinking?
Um, well, I mean, can enjoy the moment,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Enjoy the moment. Mm-hmm. What's that about?
That's just it. That's the answer. I'd be able to enjoy the moment,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
And what's stopping you from enjoying the moment right now?
My negative thoughts.
So let go of your thoughts.
No, that's what I need to do. I need to let go of my thoughts.
Okay, so let go of your thoughts and enjoy the moment. What negative thoughts are you having right now?
I don't have negative thoughts. I'm not thinking about negative thoughts.
Oh, okay. So are you enjoying the moment then?
I'm enjoying the moment.
Oh, okay. So you figured it out then.
Well, that doesn't mean I'm not going to have those thoughts tomorrow or next week.
So what's stopping you from having the negative thoughts right now?
Because you told me not to think about them.
Oh, is that it's that easy? How were you able to stop the thoughts?
Just told myself not to think about it. Think about something else.
So how are you feeling right now? That's right. How are you feeling right now?
Mm. Just, I just like to brush things under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think about it. Just brush things under the rug until it comes to surface.
Mm-hmm. How's that a problem?
Because then the problem doesn't go away. It's always there,
Mm-hmm.
you know? It's always in the back of my mind.
So what are you feeling now?
Mm. I don't know.
I'm not allowed to say that.
No,
Figure
I
it out.
just feel like
Figure it
sometimes
out.
sometimes it, I just think I'd rather be by myself and just be a hermit, but that's not going to solve anything. And that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to live a quiet life all by myself like a hermit. Get up, go to work because I have to go to work to make money to pay for bills and everything, right? So that's not why I'm here. So,
How do you feel about the fact that you got to get up and pay for bills and work?
um, I like that. Gives me a reason to live, to get up.
Mm-hmm. You didn't seem like you liked it a second ago. You said that's not why I'm here.
No, me being a hermit and not doing anything
Got
with my
it.
life is not why I'm here.
Got it. Got it. Why are you here?
To get up and go to work.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
And how do you feel about that?
Not doing much with my life, am I?
Are you?
Maybe I make people's life at work better. Maybe I bring joy to the office.
What's important to you about that?
Well, if that's the case, then I'm something that I'm good at then.
Mm. And when you think that you're good at bringing joy to people, how do you feel?
Good. Makes me feel good.
Mm-hmm. Tell me more about that good feeling.
Makes me feel worthy. I'm not just here. Yeah, that I have meaning in my life.
Mm-hmm. What's important about having meaning in your life?
Um, the importance of having meaning. I don't know for sure what the importance is. Makes you feel better knowing that you've got
I makes me feel better.
makes me feel better knowing that I have a reason for being here,
Mm.
you know?
And how do you feel about bringing joy to people's lives?
Like doing that.
Hmm?
I enjoy doing that. It gives me satisfaction.
Mm. Satisfaction, meaning. Mm-hmm.
Just satisfaction that I've got a reason to get up every day and make a difference.
So your reason for getting up every day is to bring joy to people's lives.
Well, my reason to get up every day is to go to work to make money. And I think that I bring some positive vibes
Mm-hmm.
to the office,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
and for the company.
Yeah. What is your positive vibes that you bring to the company? What's so important about that?
Um, Helps people to enjoy their job, to enjoy um their dealings with Delmar if they're customer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what's important about that to you?
That I can have a positive impact on people's lives.
Yeah. And what's important about having a positive impact on people's lives?
Make people feel good, make people feel welcoming, to make them feel important, to make them feel special.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So making people feel important, special, to make them feel good, joy. Are you people?
Yeah, I'm a people.
Mm-hmm. So since you're a people,
Yeah.
is that a part of the
Yeah,
meaning for you too?
it brings me joy and satisfaction knowing that I'm making a positive impact for others.
So then if you're a people and your mission, your reason for being and getting up in the morning that brings you meaning and satisfaction
Mm-hmm.
is to let people, you know that you're important, that you're special, that you matter. What does that mean? It's your job to bring joy to your life because you're a people.
I'm important, special, I matter.
Hearing that, what comes up for you?
Important, special, and I matter.
Mm-hmm, that's right. That's right.
I'll circle that.
Mm-hmm. What's it like to acknowledge that? Mm-hmm. That's it. You're important, you're special, and you matter.
Mm-hmm.
To bring joy into your life is
Yeah.
your reason for getting out of bed. What gives you meaning? What gives you satisfaction? What brings you purpose? Is to bring joy into your life. To let you know that you matter. That you're important. That you're special. And you're good at it. You're good at it. You're really good at it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's happening now? What do you notice in your body?
I don't know. Made me feel good. I don't know.
You're not allowed to
Maybe
say that.
tear up.
Mm. Tell me about those tears. Say more about those tears. Expand on that.
And just realizing that I'm important, I'm special, and I matter.
That's right. You're important, you're special, and you matter. Mm-hmm. And you're worthy of being the one that brings joy into your life.
Yeah.
You're worthy of being the person who you're bringing joy to. Because you matter. You're important and you're special. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You figured it out. You figured it out.
Yep.
And you're really good at it.
Thanks.
And now you get to be really good at bringing joy into your life.
Yep.
And now you get to be really good at letting yourself know that you're important.
Yep.
Yeah. That you're important. And now you get to be really good at letting yourself know that you matter.
Yep.
And you're really good at it. And you get to have that meaning, that meaningful role of letting people know that they're special and you're a people. Letting yourself know that you are special. What's happening with your heart right now?
Lighter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What else do you notice there in your heart? That's right. Open it right up. Mm-hmm. Yep. What you making more room for there in your heart?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
More joy.
Yeah. For joy. Opening it right up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
For joy. Because your joy matters.
Mm-hmm.
Your joy matters. Mm-hmm. Your joy matters. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So with this new awareness, Catherine,
Yeah.
with these new awarenesses,
Yeah.
who benefits the most from this?
Me.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You benefit from this. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
How will it benefit you the most?
It'll bring me more joy, more happiness,
Mm-hmm.
more confidence and love,
And when you have that joy, that confidence, that love, what will you have?
peace.
Yeah. And when you have that peace, that joy, that love, that confidence, what else will you have? What else will you have?
Peace, joy, confidence, love.
And you don't need to write this down. That's
Security.
security. Security. So define security.
Um, security. And knowing that I'm good enough.
Mm-hmm. So security and knowing that you're good enough. Yeah. And when you know and are secure in knowing that you're good enough, how will you feel? And again, you don't need to write this down, Catherine. Stay with me.
Writing it down anyway, so I remember.
Well, this is recorded.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Stay with me. Stay in the process. Yeah.
So what was your question?
So when you know you're good enough,
Mm-hmm.
good enough in what ways?
And being the person that I am, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Say more about this person that you are. Mm-hmm. This person that you are.
I don't know. This confident person, confident, joyful person
Mm-hmm.
that brings joy to others and to myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So how do you feel about everything now? There you go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's going on with your throat?
Just feel Feel better. Just releasing things.
Ah, so there's releasing happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In your throat.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
been sitting too long, my booty.
Mm-hmm. So how do you feel about everything now?
Good. Then just need to remember that. I should read that to myself every day that I'm important and I'm special and I matter.
Mm, that's a great idea. Yeah, that's a
Mhm.
great idea. Read it to yourself every day. Remind yourself. Hmm. So, what about when you think about whether you're smart enough? What comes up for you now?
I guess I'm smart enough to be the person that I am. This is the person that I am.
This is the person that you are.
Yep.
This is the person that you are. How do you feel about the fact that this is the person that you are?
This is me. If you don't like it, then oh well.
Mm. If other people don't like it, that's their problem.
Right.
Do you like it?
It is who I am.
It's who you are.
Yeah. Yep.
How do you feel? How do you feel knowing that this is who you are?
Um, I'm not sure. I mean,
Take your time.
I guess I just feel like it or leave it, you know?
So like it or leave it.
Yeah.
Who does that apply to? Like it
Yeah.
or leave it. Who does that apply to? Like it or leave it.
I don't know.
You're not allowed to say that. Who does that apply to? Like it or leave it.
I don't know, but we need to finish up.
Okay. We're almost done. We're almost done. Who does that apply to? Like it or leave it.
Applies to everybody else. This is me, so
Yeah. Like it or leave it. You don't like it? You can go.
yeah.
So if there's someone that doesn't like it, you willing to let them go?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't care.
well. Does that apply to you as well?
No, not to me.
So does it apply to you? Like it or leave it?
I guess it does.
Hmm. So it applies to you. Like it or leave it.
Yep.
So what does that mean? What does it look like to like it?
Like myself, to love myself.
Mm-hmm. Can you like that maybe you're not as smart as everyone else? Can you like that? You
Gonna
sure?
have, gonna
You
have to
sure?
like it. You want to be happy, right?
Yeah.
Want to have peace in my life. I want to have joy in my life.
Mm-hmm. How do you know? How do you know that you can like that aspect of yourself?
Because I have to.
Says who?
If I want peace and joy,
Mm,
I need to be able to accept and love myself how I am.
there we go. Accept. So liking means accepting and loving yourself as you are. Yeah. Accepting and loving yourself as you are. What about your boobs? Certainly that doesn't pertain to your boobs, right? You can't like and accept and love your boobs as they are, can you?
I can,
Are you
but
sure about that?
huh?
Are you sure about that? Are you sure you can like and accept your boobs as they are?
Yeah. If it bothers me that much, then I can go get a boob job.
That's true.
But then I may regret getting a boob job and wish I hadn't gotten a boob job.
Yep. Can always be undone.
Yep.
Can you like and accept? Can you truly like and accept your boobs exactly as they are?
No,
No?
no.
Mm. So is it possible for you to not like and accept your boobs as you are and have the peace, the joy, the happiness that you want?
I guess if I didn't put importance on my boobs,
Oh. Hmm. So what does that mean to not put importance on your boobs?
I don't know. I don't know. We said we're almost done and it's late. So I don't know, Lorraine. And I know I'm not supposed to say those words, but I've
We're
been
almost
doing this a
there.
long time.
We're almost there. Almost there. What does that look like to not put importance on it? I know you can figure this out, Catherine.
This is being videotaped right here. What does it mean?
To not put importance on it. That's a great idea. That's an awesome idea. How does that work? To just not make it important.
Not think about it.
Well, I mean, what if you go and you're getting ready and you look in the mirror? How do you not think about it?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm always going to see my boobs.
Yeah. How can you love your boobs exactly as they are?
make a choice to, I guess.
Mm. Mm. So is there anything stopping you from loving your boobs exactly as they are right now?
I mean, I guess being in a relationship. If I wasn't in a relationship, then I wouldn't care.
Because Chris cares.
I don't know. When I feel like he looks at other people, I feel like he cares. So
Mm.
I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know if he tells me the truth or not.
Mm-hmm.
He acts like.
So what about the like it or leave it part now?
Then move on. Move on. Bye. Adios, amigos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Is that something you were willing to do if you absolutely knew he didn't like and accept you as you are?
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know. He says he does.
Do you believe it?
Sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
you know, unless we're out. I feel like he looking at other people,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't, you know.
So what would it look like to not make that important?
You tell me, what would it look like for me not to make that important?
I don't have the answers for you.
Well, neither. I don't know. I guess for me to be able to trust him, to
Mm.
trust to trust his word,
Mm. So you got to trust his word. What's getting in the way of you trusting his word?
his actions.
Mm. Mm-hmm. What are the actions that make you distrust his word?
Um, I mean, there's been a couple times that I've noticed that he's like intentionally, you know, like followed a girl with his eyes.
Mm.
She's gone by,
Mm.
you know, when I'm with him,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
So let me ask you something. The liking and accepting part.
Yeah.
You want to be liked and accepted as you are, right?
Yes.
Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
What would it look like for you to accept and like Chris exactly how he is?
I don't know.
What would it take for you to accept Chris just how he is?
I mean, for the time being, I am accepting him as he is.
Really?
For the time being, I am. I'm still with him.
What would it look like to really like and accept Chris exactly as he is. What would that mean? To like and accept him exactly how he is. Just like you want to be accepted exactly how you are, even though you're not perfect. None of us are.
I don't know. I don't know what it would look like. I mean, I'd have to not judge. I'd have to not constantly be trying to look at his eyes to see what he's looking at and just enjoy the moment of whatever it is that we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy the moment. You'd have to enjoy the moment. Coming back to that, you'd have to enjoy the moment. Yeah. Enjoy is in joy. You'd have to be in joy to enjoy the moment.
Hmm.
And you're really good at bringing joy into your life. So, what I hear you saying is, in order for you to like and accept Chris as he is, even if his eye wanders, you'd have to be in joy in the moment and enjoy the moment. You'd have to prioritize your joy.
Yeah.
Rather than where your mind wants to go.
Prioritize my joy. Okay.
Because it's not about Chris looking at other women. It's about the meaning that you're making out of it.
That's true.
And up until now, before our talk today, what was the meaning that you made about it? What did you make that mean about yourself?
Um, that I must not be good enough if he's looking at other people.
Yep, I must not be good enough. Yep. And now that you know differently, now what is the meaning that you make?
I am good enough.
That's right. That's right. You are good enough. You're good enough. You're special. You matter. You're important. And you're good enough.
Yeah.
Are your boobs enough?
Yes, they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are.
So if you know that you're good enough,
Yeah.
that your boobs are good enough, that you're good enough in every way, what'll be different when you're out with Chris next time and he's looking around?
I guess I'll be able to enjoy the moment.
You guess?
I will enjoy the moment.
You sure about that?
I will enjoy the moment.
How do you know? How do you know that that's what you'll do, that you'll enjoy the moment?
Because I'm going to prioritize my joy.
Yeah. There you go. Awesome, Catherine. Look at you. You figured it out.
Thanks.
You figured all of this out. And remember what you told me to that minute? You said, well, if I figured it out, that means.
That means, what did I say?
I need to look because I don't remember unless I write it down. If you figure it out, that means you can enjoy life and you'll have positive thoughts. You'll have peace, contentment, happiness, and joy. When you figure it out. You figured it out.
Yep.
So how do you feel about everything now?
Better. Yep.
Yeah. What's possible for you now? Now that you figured it out.
It's possible for me to have joy if I prioritize myself.
Yeah. Yep. And with that joy, how will your relationship be different?
I mean, it'll be different because I'm going to have that peace and joy inside, knowing that I deserve that and prioritize it.
Yeah. What if Chris gets irritated and makes a snippy comment that makes you think maybe he doesn't think you're smart?
Um, I don't know. Do I say something back?
Yeah. What'd you say? What would you say?
Then maybe you
You're
should.
great.
Then maybe you should move on and go find somebody else that's smarter.
Hmm?
Is that what I should say?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't talk nice. You can't. Then you must not respect me enough. So maybe you should just move on and find somebody else.
What's it like to say that?
Feels good
Have you ever said that before?
in my mind.
mm. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And how do you feel if you were to say that and it caused your relationship to end? How do you feel about that?
I don't know. Mixed emotions.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Catherine, you look at you. How do you feel? How do you feel right now?
Good. More confident.
More confident?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tell me about that confidence. How do you feel in your body as you feel into this confidence?
I feel good. Feel positive about the future.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yep.
I'm glad you've got that confidence. Yeah. Good job. You figured it out.
Thank you.
So how do you feel about carrying that assignment on of not of not saying I don't know anymore, and instead just giving yourself time, taking the pressure off, and just feeling into it?
Mm-hmm. I like that. It definitely helps. Yeah.
How will that make you feel about yourself and your intelligence?
It'll help. It will definitely help because I have to use my brain.
Yeah, you have to use your brain.
Yeah.
Doesn't let you off the hook, does it?
Nope.
Yep. What it, every time you say I don't know, or up until now, every time that you used to say I don't know, what message did that send to you about your intelligence?
That I wasn't smart enough to figure it out.
So now that you're not saying I don't know anymore, what message is that going to send to your brain now?
I'm smart enough to figure this out. I I do know. I just need to be patient and think about it.
Yes, you do know, and you're smart enough to figure it out. You just have to be patient. What's it like to say that? What's it like to acknowledge that you are smart enough?
Good feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Where do you feel that good feeling in your body?
My face, my neck, my chest,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
my nose.
Yeah. Why don't you anchor that good feeling in? Breathe into it. Mm. Just press into those areas. Press in. Anchor that in. Press in. There you go. Just press in there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You are smart enough. You are able to figure it out. And the more you tell yourself that, the more you tell yourself that positive thought, now that we've done this deeper work,
Yeah.
right? You see it? You see it now?
Yep.
Now that you actually felt it and moved through it, now you actually believe it.
Yep.
And now you can keep telling yourself that, and your brain will believe it.
Yep.
And when your brain believes it, then what's possible? When you're patient with yourself and you give yourself time and your brain believes it, then what's possible?
All things are possible.
All things are possible. Yeah. What's possible when it comes to your intelligence? Your memory,
Hmm.
your genius.
Right. That memory's gonna start working harder.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because it's a muscle. You got to work a muscle hard for it to grow. And you figured out the trick.
Yep.
Not letting yourself off the hook, giving yourself patience, and knowing you can figure it out. So, how do you feel about being lazy now?
Just need to figure it out. use my brain and figure it out. Where to start, one bite at a time.
Mm-hmm. So are you lazy?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
How do you know you're not lazy?
Because I know I can do it.
Because
So
you can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
Yep, I can do it.
Mm-hmm. What does it take for you to do it?
Thought.
Thought. Um, are you a loser?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because I'm not.
How are you so positive that you're not a loser?
Because I know I'm not a loser. I know who I am.
You know who you are. So who are you? What are you instead? What do you have instead?
I'm Catherine Meyer.
Mm-hmm.
I have a brain.
That's right.
I have joy. I have peace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if you're not a loser, what are you?
I'm a winner.
Fuck yeah. And as a winner, knowing you're a winner, how do you feel?
Good. I'm not going to say on top of the world because I'm not on top of the world, but
I'm on top of the world. And then are you lost?
no, I have direction.
Do you know where to start?
Yep.
Where do you start?
Start up here in my head.
Mm-hmm. So what is an action that you can take? What's the simplest action that you can take that'll have a big impact?
Think.
So
Think about.
think. What about an external action?
Do.
Yeah, what is a doing? What is it that you can do? What's an action that you can take to cement
Just
all
do
this
it.
in? What's a task you can give yourself to do? Something simple.
I don't know. You said we
Okay.
were almost over. This
This
was a
is the
long
last
time
piece.
ago.
This is the very last piece. This is the very last thing. What's an
Just do it.
action?
Just do it.
All right. What's the first thing you're going to do? Name one thing.
I'm going to think. Think about what I'm going to do.
All right.
That's what I'm going
Think
to
about
do.
it. Name one thing. You know, you know, it can be anything. It doesn't have to be complicated. What is one thing you're going to do? And this is the last question. You answer this, we're done. And you can go to sleep, and your subconscious mind is going to make all of these connections, and you're going to wake up, and it's going to be even more solidified.
Clean my room.
There you go. Clean your room. Awesome. There you go. High five. Woo! All right. Love you, Catherine.
Right. Love you too. Thanks,
Sleep
love.
well. Sleep well.
You too.
All right. Bye.